Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
Is all of this the Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone! Look there!
Flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dahna's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
If that's true, do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
The flower of oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes. Even more so than when it lay dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dahna die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Now what?
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegis in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Hey, Shion!
If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dahna, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dahna. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move. Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh goody, more riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil, The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dahna from this position.
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dahna.
The voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dahna? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dahna back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dahna has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dahna has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dahna this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dahna's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dahna is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dahna's is shared among all its constituents. So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy, and the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dahna.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dahna?
Indeed, and it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dahna's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renas Alma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renas Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dahna.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dahna.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrek 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegus has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrik 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out. Who are they?
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrik 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dake Faisal with Hevrik 35 for a long time?
Yes, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegis is still run.
But aren't the Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegis? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions. Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renas Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dahna. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevricht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquill.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Dahnans by the Helganquill.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
There aren't. But there are Helganquill. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquill are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Dahnans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Dahnans that the Helganquill kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dahna now.
Helganquill technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and—
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquill are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquill, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Dahnans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Dahnans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara. If the Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dahna on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Dahnans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Dahnan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Dahnans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Dahnans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Dahnan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Dahnans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dahna anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Dahnans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah, I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Dahnan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dahna's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dahna's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memory started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live, and I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about. All I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dahna, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dahna, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis or come down to Dahna, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Dahnans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dahna peaceably. As the one and only blazing sword, I suspect the Dahnans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Dahnan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dahna. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Dahnan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world, and it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Shion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Shion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Shion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Shion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Shion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevrek 35 our answer.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renas Alma. You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renas Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renas Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renas Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony, considering that the Renas Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed. I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dahna from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alvin.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renas Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renas Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegus.
It is likely that the Renas Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dahna's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Hevrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Dahnans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Dahnans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Dahnans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more? That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. it made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No, what were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were thinking?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Xion?
Same as you, still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dahna? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago. Everything that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renas Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Heverick 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renas Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renas Alma, but it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything that
Listen,
we...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Dahnans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay. Everybody get enough rest? You ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dahna and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping Tom.
Maybe we should give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dahna.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dahna is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dahna, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dahna's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began. Yet it's a dead world?
I won't let Dahna suffer the same fate, ever. Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
If that freaking does it! They got me flanked! That freaking does it! Infernal Turret! Talon Hurricane! Mega Ray! Slide! Sonic Thrust! Swallow Dash! All coming you here and now! Mega Ray! Be still! Eagle Assault! Inferno Punch! Eating off my focus! Not today! It's waiting time for yours to be let free! Now you see what I can do!
To me.
Do it! Well! Demons Descend! Flashing Fang! Easy!
Way to go!
This one's mine! It's on!
Do it!
Shion!
Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Here's a healing orb! We're in the home stretch, guys.
What she said? Eyes on the prize!
That focus goes double for you, Log.
Me? How come I get singled out?
A wailing Bandai of lightning! Do it!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! Too slow! Inferno! You pick the wrong side! I can carve through armor! Talon Hurricane! Swallow Light!
Now!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Alphen.
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Dahnan slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to...
So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renas Alma using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm guessing it won't be as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength, it's that it's sentient too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
In other words, we need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion's thorns flew out of control, we were able to deal with them directly. If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renas Alma, which we can then use to seal it away forever. It won't be easy, but it's our only shot. Time to buckle up. Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What'll the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what do you mean?
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Dahnan start oppressing their own.
Renans, Dahnans, astral art users, mages. The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences like that for what they are. No different to someone having a musical talent or being good with their hands. Not differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day,
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine it. A world where magic and astral arts are used to help people. Where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Yeah, you're right, Rinwell. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
I wonder what Hilganquil civilization was like at its zenith.
I can imagine that'd be something you'd take an interest in.
There's no question it must have been advanced, like none either world has ever seen. We could surely stand to learn a thing or two from such a people.
I get that you're itching to delve into its history, but we've got bigger fish to fry right now.
Put a pin in it, and you can do all the research you want when you retire.
I can think of worse things than a retirement dedicated to research. As for whether Rena is amenable to an aging specimen...
It's a little early to be giving it serious thought just yet.
A man can dream, though. A man can dream.
Oh, we didn't say there's anything wrong with dreaming.
In your case, Dohalim, dreams have a habit of spiraling into something else.
You'll need to stay with us for now, though. You're too helpful to let retire.
Why do I feel this is less of a compliment and more of an ultimatum?
Just a friendly suggestion.
What the? Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Come and face me!
I'm all stuck. Insects should stay on the ground. This one's mine. I'm on a roll now.
We got flyers!
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours!
Here I come.
To be let free!
A wailing blast
Finish it, Dohalim! Throw them away!
You're shattering?
More sequels?
Keep calm and take them down.
I'll smash you!
We've turned the tables on!
Enemies incoming.
Then we'll take them down!
And now,
Demons descend! Flashing bang!
Easy! Way to go!
healing circle.
What a
Now, Dohalim. This one's got your name on it.
Ash to ash!
You're wide open!
You're mine! Try this!
Finish it.
Heaving descent! Flashing fang! Severing wind! Rolling inside me, sure, that's another three! Take this!
Now! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Two more! One more! I never miss!
Rising rocket! Finish it!
Eagle assault!
Rising no further!
Confiscated!
Inferno thrust! Finish it!
Astral energy!
Say no more! Got you!
Well done!
Inferno punch! Burn! Inferno punch! Burn! Inferno punch! Burn! Inferno punch! Burn! Eagle! Eat this! Shattering glacial pieces! Attack time! Eagle assault! Inferno punch! Burn! Inferno punch! Not today! Burn! Sonic thrust!
I'm only getting
again!
Do it! Get toasty!
Burn strike!
Right, next one!
Already on! I can carve through armor! Eat this! More now than ever! Dragon form! That's enough! Inferno punch! Eagle assault! Come on, roll now! This one's mine!
One more!
Eagle raging strike! This should do it! I'll run you through!
Do it!
Go out! Take! Blow them away! Too slow! Burn! Be still! Rising falcon! Eagle assault!
Vanish without a
You're my
winds of heaven!
I'll run you through!
Bring you down!
You're on! Sonic strike! That's enough! Sonic thrust! Sword right out!
Do it!
Go to me! In an instant! Impact block!
I think I'm getting stronger.
Oh yeah?
Even in such a harsh environment as this, there are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zoogle somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
That's true. And if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something!
Is this about dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No! I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Rinwell, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes them more intimidating, I guess? Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still, don't you think it's kind of interesting?
Not hugely. Hey, Kisara, well, I've got you. What's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking maybe meat.
Get him, Hoodle.
What did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle.
Ow, ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell? You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dahna, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zeugles originally used to be living creatures native to Dahna and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zeugles were only created because of us Renans. We altered the original creatures to suit our own ends.
First, people made Zeugles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very worst, huh?
I hope we find a way to be able to live side by side with them one day.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zeugles aren't so different after all.
I thought there'd be more dirt and rocks and stuff underneath the hollowed ocean, but it's all artificial.
I would imagine they're remnants left behind by the Helganquil, seeing as there's little actual land remaining.
It's incredible. Do you think it stretches all the way down to the center of the planet?
Hey, these guys built Lenegis, remember? They probably did this in a weekend.
If they had the power to create things like this, did they really only use those immense capabilities to serve the Great Spirit? Or rather, was that the only use the Great Spirit let them use their capabilities for?
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans, or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this. There you go! I feel like me again.
Between heaven and earth.
This should do
A
it!
wailing banshee of lightning!
I'll finish you here and now! You picked the wrong side!
Do it! First floor!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Easy! Way to go!
Destruction! No further! Eternal devastation! Double demon!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
No complaints from me.
Those thorns.
I'm not letting them get in our way!
I found some equipment.
Let me take a look at it. Looks like trouble.
Capital T! Together, we've got this! This should do it! I can carve through armor!
It can hide itself?
Amazing! Oh, and devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Severing Wind! Eat this! You're on! Lunar Corruption! Inferno! Double Demon Fang! Eagle Assault! Come on, roll now!
So weak.
Quit pushing yourself and get behind us!
See what
I'll be ready to rain in no time.
Shouldn't have done that. Dragon Shout!
In here! Lunar corruption! More
Severing Wind! Now I'm in the groove!
I'm going to need to do
Nice work! Now I'm in the
Here
groove!
goes!
Inferno
Breaking
Punch!
cascade!
Break the spear. Here's evil.
Talon Hurricane! Sonic Drop!
Magic advance!
Lightning Smash you!
Raging cascade!
Where are you
going?
You picked the wrong fight! Talon Hurricane!
Here's evil!
Burn!
Wings of heaven!
You blade! Burn! Inferno Punch! Demon Fang!
I'm nearly done for.
Double Demon Fang! Burn! Inferno Punch! What a relief! Ready what my arc can do. I can carve through.
Leave the enemy's arcs to me.
No complaints here. I'll burn it all. Flaming pillar, fire! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
The heavens must be smiling.
This one's tough! I really owe you one. Super swallow dance! Rising up! Swallow dance! Come on, roll now! First, I lost my focus! First die! Anything in armor is all mine! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! See that?
That training's paying off.
I'll finish you here and now!
Do it!
Hey! Blow them away! I'll finish you here and now!
Do it! Astral energy!
Say no more.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Good equipment!
I can't say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
This one's tough! Easter! There you go!
The earth throbbed in pain.
Megasonic Inferno Punch! Time to cross blade!
Amazing.
Inferno Punch! Swallow blade! Swallow blade!
Lightning
Try
to
this! Inferno Swallow dance!
Chain between heaven and earth.
First strike! Dragon Sword!
Outstanding sword.
I'll smash you!
Tempest
Take
explosion.
this! Talon Hurricane! Swallow blade! Destruction! Inferno Punch! Burn!
It looks like you got this one covered. Hands to the
This
wind.
one's mine! Shouldn't have messed with me! I owe you one! I'm sorry to be involved.
We've all got enough of us.
Yes, ma'am! It's go time! Inferno Punch! Explosive ring! Inferno Punch! Swallow blade! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you! I can carve through armor! Time to let it rip! That's it! Talon Hurricane! Goodwill! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang! Check out these biceps! Pretty glorious, right?
Why are guys so obsessed with their muscles?
Because these puppies have yet to let me down.
And thus our strength yet grows.
This won't be easy. Don't be such a
Hey,
pessimist.
you okay?
I can still do this.
Two heads.
You see what happened there
fair.
is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
I'll finish you here now.
Go get her.
Dragon show.
Prepare to be sealed, fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps sound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
Inferno punch! I'll finish you here and now! Now you see what I can do! I'm on it! Nothing gets by me! That freaking does it!
I'm going to use all the power of the healing arts to illuminate the dark!
I'll burn out.
Inferno punch! I'll finish you here and now!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Rising Wyvern! Soaring Light Spear!
Outstanding!
Inferno punch!
Try this!
Now I'm in the groove!
Explosive Ring!
Inferno punch! Anything in order is all mine!
Destruction!
Can't get out of this!
Corruption! I never miss! Water! Heal my cause! Here, let me have it!
Flame inside me! Yearning to be let free!
Inferno punch!
Take it! I can carve through armor!
Rending Flash!
Now I'm in the groove!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
Yourself. This one's tough!
Watch this!
I think I'll pass on the
You picked the wrong fight!
I'll finish you here and now!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Sounds like a job for yours truly. I'm going to use all the between heaven and earth.
You picked the wrong fight!
Easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Just getting started! I'm just getting sparred up! Burn! Can't get out of this!
Water, hear my call. Laser spear, here's the eagle. Blaze lancer.
Destruction!
Anything in order is all mine!
Double Demon Back! First strike!
Inferno punch! Burn!
Laser spear, here's the evil.
Double Demon Back! Inferno punch!
Eternal Devastation!
Laser field.
Eternal Devastation! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Sonic Thrust!
I'll heal you. Outstanding form. Do it, Alton. Astral energy.
Say no more! Shot!
Well done.
Take this! Inferno Back!
Will this help?
Try this!
Eagle assault!
Inferno
You barely managed to turn that battle.
You don't need to sound surprised.
Perhaps I'll put more faith in you then.
Well, I certainly won't argue.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
can't get out of this! Raining flash! Talon hurricane! Sonic thrust! Inferno punch! Flame inside me! Fury will be let free!
Holy land! Chain between coming and a wailing density of lightning!
You're wide open! That's enough!
I can't imagine what we do without you, Renal.
Who, me? That's a little much, don't you think?
Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade!
I can feel my precision improving. That equipment should come in handy.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret it. Armor won't save you! Talon hurricane!
Careful! It has some kind of camouflage!
I'm on even fang! Talon hurricane denied! What's this? Eagle
Outstanding form!
to be seen! Swallow blade! Over swallow dead! Burn in hell! I'm on it!
Need to calm myself together.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint,
Nope, that is silly.
Not on my watch!
First strike! Shattering alpha! Pieces! Attack time!
A whirling circle!
Eternal devastation!
Winds of heaven! First force field!
No further! Talon hurricane! Rising
This
wiper!
one's mine!
I'm just getting
Illuminate the dark!
Watch this!
Holy land!
Not today!
Change of here! A wailing density of lightning!
Come and get it! There you go!
Forward in the wind!
Wind! You're shattering pieces! Attack time!
I'm stopping the charge! Thanks,
I
Kisara!
can carve through armor! Shouldn't have messed with me!
By the power of the flame!
Back with the hurricane! Hurricane thrust! In force! Now I'm in the groove! I'm on a roll now! Burn in hell!
Annihilation field!
Dragon shout!
This'll come in handy!
Eagle assault! Giving you more prepare to be seen! No further! Talon hurricane! Rising wiper!
Pull back from your heart! That's my cue!
Rising falcon!
Shut him down.
Pierce through! I can carve through armor! Finish it!
It's over! Astral energy! Full throttle!
This should come in handy when crafting weapons. We haven't seen anyone here except Helganquil. Looks like this place really is their home planet.
The true citizens of Rena. What a shame that they have become nothing more than puppets to the Great Spirit. To think of the promise their accomplishments once held. They had the potential to be great indeed.
Do you think we could have got along with them? You know, if we had met under different circumstances. Like
all of us, you mean? I suppose it's difficult to say for sure. We don't even know if they would see us as being on an equal level with them or not.
I think we may have had the chance once, before the Renan Great Spirit came along and changed everything.
You and Alphen both share an optimism. A strong willingness to believe in hope.
Do you think that's foolish?
On the contrary, I should like to take a leaf from your book myself. In tragedy's aftermath, hope is all we have.
I wonder how the Renans avoided being mind-controlled like the Helganquil. Do you think it might have something to do with the fact that they were originally Dahnans?
I'd say it's likely. Which is pretty ironic when you think about it.
Ironic?
The Renans have committed grave injustices against the Dahnans. But it was all of their own volition, not because they were being controlled. Now, it turns out they themselves were once Dahnans too.
Which must mean that the root of their evil isn't the Great Spirit, but something inherent in all of us. Our free will.
Now hang on, though. It was that same free will that allowed Xion and Dohalim to choose to fight alongside us. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to beat hatred and forge all those connections we've made. Free will is what saved us, right?
Law's entirely right. In any case, it certainly can't hurt to look on the bright side every now and then.
Yeah. Where there's hope, there's a way.
What'd he say?
He said, without a doubt. What do you think this place was for? Ah!
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
Looks that way. However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Dahnans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedure somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Dahnan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all the huge lumbering beasts lately?
No ordinary suit. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing.
Goes high, raging power, never miss.
I'll finish you here and now.
fight!
Inferno punch!
Radiant is over here!
Inferno
In
punch!
here!
Delivery! Inferno
Launch the
punch!
lookout pile! Damn it! I'm on
I'm right behind you.
All day!
I'm on it!
By the power!
Head is sweet points?
We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Inferno punch!
Inferno punch! Winds of heaven! Annihilation! By the power of flame!
Eat this!
Vanish without a
Inferno
trace!
punch!
Can't be swallowed!
Come on! You're done! First strike! Watch it! Flaming Inferno punch! I'm just getting started! Take this! Watch this!
Outstanding form! Allowing trouble! Winds of heaven!
Can't get out of this!
Far enough! Where are you going?
Inferno punch!
Illuminate the sun!
Inferno
Annihilation!
punch!
Mega ray! Holy land!
Come on!
Require complete
You're wide open! Talon Hurricane!
By the
Inferno
power of
punch!
flame!
You picked the wrong fight!
I can carve through armor!
In the wind!
You're done! Mortal blade! Inferno demon blade!
Now!
Chill!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
By the power
I'm on
of
it! Demon blade! Inferno punch! Eternal devastation! Inferno punch! I'm on it! Eternal devastation!
Glacial spear!
I'm on it! Talon Hurricane! You're mine!
Inferno
Inferno punch!
Raging
Alpha!
cascade!
Flame Steel!
The flaming
This
inside me! Be let free!
Lunar corruption!
Nothing gets by me!
By the power of lightning! They're not playing around! Lightning possessed!
Not today!
Now you see what I can do! Inferno punch!
Power of flame! Holy land!
Soaring light spear! Mirage!
Light cascade! Raging cascade!
Far enough!
There you go!
Take
Here's a
it!
healing disasters made one day! Come forth!
Inferno punch! Inferno punch!
Wind after energy!
I can carve through armor!
Blew away! Inferno defense!
Raging cascade!
Get through! Sword rain alpha! Raging blast! Inferno punch!
Energy of lightning! It's about to strike!
Look sharp, everyone! Shockwave blast! Eagle assault! This one's mine!
You're done!
Inferno punch!
Lost! You alright? Here's a healing arc!
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Nothing gets by me! Here! Stay away from my friend!
In a bind?
Into the shadows!
Inferno punch! Rising water! Dragon shout!
Let me free you of your power.
I'm on it!
They're crumbling!
Now beat the crap out!
I'm only to stay on your good side.
Another incantation ruined.
Let me take it! Sword rain
Such
alpha!
unadulterated fury.
Healing
I'll put you through! First strike! You're mine! Demon blast! Pieces!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Inferno calamity!
Glacial spear!
Being interrupted.
Hear my call!
Sword rain alpha! Elusive deity! Shading suicide! Lost my sonic! Eat dirt! I'm on it!
This one's mine!
Inferno Contra! Foreigner! Burn! Now shading through!
I'm going to use the power of my mind to accomplish this!
Now you see what I can do! Take this!
Inferno punch! Now I'm loose! Inferno punch! Burn! Inferno punch!
Right, watch out!
Shading pile driver! I'm on it! Inferno punch!
Not my finest. Forgive me. This is my fault.
Sword rain alpha!
Thanks, Fiona.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
This one's all mine! Ignite!
Healing burn!
Down on the ground!
Handle it!
Inferno!
Far enough! Reload! I'm all
I'm ready!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dolanum's suggestion. I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This...
I have a bad feeling about this.
Now you see what I can watch this! That's the spot! I'm just gonna take this!
This is gonna need all of us together!
Can't get out of this! For the weak spot! All those things! Come to an end! Grant me the strength to march on! I'm just getting started! I'm just getting started!
This one's mine!
Inferno strike! Dragon shell!
What's a shot?
Shattering bullet! Beat attack time!
I'm not done! Sword Alpha!
First strike! These fists have got your name on them! Armor won't save you!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Flaming meteor! Heal my weary companion!
I'm not done!
Inferno
Sword Alpha!
That'll bring you down!
Freeze, incantation ruin.
Shield and
Demon
tank!
Fang!
Eagle assault!
Eat dirt!
Lightning strike! Ready and raring! I'll smash you!
Rising Light!
Awaken and reclaim! Inferno punch! Look sharp! Inferno punch! Inferno crossing! I'm on it! Far enough! Talon hurricane! Shield and mace!
Dragon
What
Claw!
idiot! This time!
Explosive Ray!
Tiger blade! Dragon shout! Eagle strike!
In pain.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield is! Get behind me! In a bind!
I'll leave it to you!
Strike! Armor won't save you!
It's time!
Hurricane strike! That's my focus!
My whole body
One's
feels...
mine!
Hey, you need someone to take a look over you?
Sure, just be thorough.
Oh, hey!
Back to the blade!
You're taking too many hits! Dragon shell! Light up the dark! I'm ready to go! Now in the clear!
Finish it!
Rinwell! Demon's descent! Flashing fang!
I'm in good form. I'll crush any enemy with my mace.
Awesome! We've got an avatar of destruction here!
Truly.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers too!
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
I know it's a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renas Alma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
Looks like trouble with a capital T.
Together, we've got this!
Armor won't save you. I'm surrounded.
I'm not so good with airborne.
To be let free!
What flying free? Why can't they just sit still?
Sia, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Now,
Get
toasty.
Bird strike!
Right, next one.
Already on it!
Blazer field. Here's evil. Clear blazer. Leave the enemy's arc to me.
Take this! No complaints here! First strike!
Maelstrom.
Eagle
If it's in
assault!
the sky, it's mine.
Here I come!
By the power of water. Now, astral energy. Full throttle.
More Sukos?
Keep calm and take them down.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
Eagle assault!
Dragon Flow! Pierce through!
Eagle assault!
Try this! Burn!
Oh, now I'm real mad!
This one's mine.
Swallow Blade! Try this!
Do it.
Demons descend! Flashing bang! Easy!
Way to go.
Inferno Punch!
Inferno punch.
We barely managed to turn that
Enemies
down.
incoming.
You don't need to sound surprised, and we'll take them death.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
Too close!
Here I go.
Inferno Punch!
I'm ready.
Another one down! I can carve through armor!
Take this!
Inferno Alpha!
This is bad, right?
Yes, Alvin. Very bad.
I don't feel so good.
Not on my watch.
Where are you going?
Between heaven and earth.
Eagle
A
assault!
wailing candy of lightning.
Inferno Punch!
Can't get out of
Here
this!
I come.
Burn!
Inferno punch. In the wind. Now.
I'll stop your movement! And I'll stop your run! Faster! Burn!
A whirling
Lightning
strike.
thrust! Eagle assault!
Winds up.
That's enough! You take this!
Illuminate the dark.
Inferno Punch! Burn! I can carve through armor! Inferno Punch!
Here I come!
Inferno! Dragon Shell! That's enough!
This one's mine.
I'm on it! Be still!
Talon Hurricane!
Lightning spoken!
Burn! Eagle assault!
Hear my call.
Lightning Wyvern!
Do it. Get toasty.
Burn strike!
Will this
You're
help?
wide open! Burn!
Whirling struggle.
Eagle assault! I really lost my focus! Eagle assault!
Lightning Wyvern!
Now.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
I can carve through armor! Talon Hurricane!
I never miss.
Inferno Punch! Gonna roll now!
Burn in hell!
Eagle! Talon Hurricane! Inferno Punch!
Void Blast!
Hear my call.
I can handle it!
Get toasty.
Burn strike!
Do it.
You're wide open!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade!
I can feel my power growing!
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps
So here's a question. We came all this way to Rena on the assumption the Renas Alma's here, right?
Don't say it, Law.
Yeah, but I'm just saying...
I said don't.
I can understand why you might be concerned, Law. But you need to remember that there are people it affects more directly than you.
Oh, sorry.
We've managed to make it this far believing. Losing faith now won't do us any good. We're better off focusing our anxiety elsewhere.
Such as?
The Great Spirit. If Hevrecht 35's to be believed, our enemy won't just be handing over the Renas Alma to us. At least, not without a fight.
Not only that, but that same enemy just gulped down more than an entire world's worth of astral energy.
Point taken. It may be strange to say, but when I'm fighting, or at least know what needs to be done, it helps me a lot. I don't doubt myself as much. So thanks, both of you.
So, looks like the Helganquil have been engineering Zoogles too. Why doesn't that surprise me at this point?
The creatures we've been encountering here have been a little different to what we're used to fighting, but I'm pretty sure they're Zoogles too.
Do you think they were engineered using creatures native to the area?
indeed. However, based on the current circumstances, I would guess these Zoogles are all that's left of the planet's fauna now.
You mean, there might have been native owl species here once upon a time too? The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah, it's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil. If we can discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants, how it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dahna and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dahna's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dahna while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted, like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dahna, respectively. The Renas Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all six. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dahna and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dahna and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
To think, all this started because of the Great Spirit's desire to keep living. The only reason it craves energy is because it's dying from starvation. When you think about it like that, maybe the things it's done aren't so strange after all.
If Rena had been more like Dahna, things would have worked out a whole lot better.
It's like Hevericht 35 told us. The Dahnan and Renan spirits are meant to be completely different beings.
Rena's energy amassing in one place led to its developing a powerful will. But that also made it crave energy, sapping Rena dry until it perished.
Whereas Dahna's energy is dispersed, meaning its will never developed to the same extent. And without that hunger, Dahna the planet was spared.
As for which is correct, well, I'm not sure it's our place to even say. Still, I can't help but think it reminds me a lot of the dichotomy of the human condition.
Dichotomy? What do you mean?
Those who know not satisfaction are driven to keep devouring without limit. But those who are content with their lot in life rarely fulfill their potential. I imagine it's likely that the larger Rena's great spirit grew, the more and more powerful its hunger also became.
Everything in moderation. When all's said and done, maybe that's the hardest thing for people to learn.
Feeling
About this.
anything bring you down.
Now I'm in the
Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt. With the flashing parts, they're weak ones.
What's this?
Amazing.
Thunder field.
Inferno punch!
Blah, blah, blah. Got it. Now one chance.
Save you.
Field.
Hurricane!
This one.
Burn!
Leave the enemy's arcs to me.
No place here! I'll end you!
There you go. Don't let up.
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Sleep now.
Super swallow! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Let me show you what my heart can do.
First strike!
Rain down.
Take this! No further! Now you see what I can do!
Need to pull myself
Frickin' does
together.
it!
Where are you going? Lightning condemned.
Rising
Illuminate the storm.
Finish it! Don't leave! Take! Blow them away! I'm practically unstoppable.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines littered everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander. But I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean. There are no fish here. I could...
Brace yourself! This one's Try this!
Not on my watch.
Inferno punch!
Illuminate the dark. Come forth, holy cloud, holy man.
Watch it!
Change between predators. A wailing doozy of lightning.
Eagle of anything in armor is all
Why'd you
Now
kill
we
me?
see what I
stop
can
the
do!
down?
Right.
Power of flame.
Watch this! Flaming form! Burn! Inferno punch! Burn! Inferno punch! Ready to go! Inferno punch! I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire! Prepare to be sealed! Take this! Flame! Eagle assault! Shattering the pieces! Attack! I'm sorry to be a boss.
We've all got enough on our plate.
Yes, ma'am. Eat dirt! Hurricane!
Is it in the sky?
Inferno punch! Burn! Somebody win!
That'll bring you down. It looks like you've got this one covered.
Strike!
Don't mind if I do.
Hurricane! Inferno punch!
Illuminate the dark.
Inferno punch! I'll smash you! I'm on it! Hurricane! Burn in hell!
Do it!
Get on!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
It was a... close thing.
Really bad feeling about this.
Far enough!
Throbs in pain.
I'm on a roll now!
It'll probably land us into next week.
In a bind? Come and get it! Switch to offense! Now I'm in the good! I'm on a roll now! Soaring hurricane! I can carve through armor! And hit it! Inferno punch! Inferno punch!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just see what happened there is here to stop. Shouldn't have done that. Piercing roar! Slow
Like sealed.
Elusive deity! Eagle assault! Hurricane strike! I'll finish you here and now! Eagle assault! Blizzard blow! This one's mine! Shattering the... Please keep up the pressure! There! Eagle assault! Demon Fang! Piercing roar! Eagle assault! Leave the chargers to me! Double Demon Fang! Talon Hurricane! It's going in! Seismic Rupture! Tiger Blade! Demon Fang! My head's spinning just watching you! Take this! Lost my focus! This one's all... Mega Dodge! You picked the wrong fight! Elusive deity! Carve through... Watch this! Flaming meteor! I'll finish you here and now! I'm on it! This heal!
The solidity of your movement.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Benediction.
Megasonic Thrust! Sonic Thrust! Inferno Punch! Now I'm in the groove! Glacial Fire! Inferno Punch!
It's in the center!
It does it! Rising Viper! Inferno Generation!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Too slow! Hurricane strike! I'll finish you here and now!
Endurance will be let free!
I can carve through armor! Inferno
Thrilling performance.
Dragon Form!
Inferno punch! Down on the ground! Inferno punch! Lost my focus! Coming here!
Inferno! Don't mind if I do.
I'll finish you here and now! Inferno punch! Getting started! Going in! Shouldn't have messed with me! Talon Hurricane! Ready to go! Inferno punch! Hurricane strike! Eagle assault! Super swallow! To the fray! Inferno punch! Eagle assault! Inferno punch! Inferno punch!
Ignite!
Burn! I can carve through armor! Far enough! It looks like we made a mad! Burn!
Where are you going?
Talon Hurricane!
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! I'm right behind you! Demon Fang!
Hurricane strike! Lightning strike! Hurricane strike! I'm on it! Death
Rising Phoenix!
On your way! Hurricane!
You're mine!
I'm gone! It's getting discharged!
Resonate with the earth.
Burn! Inferno!
Not mine. parts are coming along quite nicely.
Coming along? What do you want to do?
Don't get careless.
Don't tell me! Watch it!
Rising Wyvern!
Here,
There you go! Anything in armor is all mine! Armor won't save you! I'm just getting started!
now!
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno! Rising Wyvern! Ignite! Okay, here I go. Sonic Thrust!
It was nice while
I never miss!
Tornado Alpha! The flame inside me is about to be let free! We've turned the tables on us.
Where did I get so lucky?
Right. Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training's paying off! Rising Wyvern!
Eagle Assault!
With this, I can become even stronger.
Go! Man, I hope I live long enough to regret this. Shadow Shock! Pieces! Attack Lunar Arc! Now I'm in the groove!
Here I come!
Far enough! Eagle Assault! I'm on a roll now! Eagle
Art expert coming through!
Discharge!
Radiant light! Force of
Regenerate!
Ground
I'm on it!
Don't mind if I do.
That's the spot!
Destruction!
Watch it!
Crush!
Anything in armor is all mine! I'll finish you here and now! I really owe you one. Look sharp!
Ignite!
I can carve through armor! Eagle Assault!
Thrust! Shine! Radiant light!
Hammer! Punch!
Double Demon!
Almost! Too slow! Inferno!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind
you
me.
here and now!
I'll leave it to you!
Inferno Punch!
What the hell is going on?
Fall
Take
back,
this.
Alvin.
You
We'll take
mess
point
with
here.
me.
Thanks. Sorry to impose on you like
Denied.
this.
Talon Hurricane! Watch this!
Radiant light!
Tiger Blade!
Regeneration! Demon Fang!
Regenerate! Showtime!
Not today!
Dragon Shout!
Art expert coming through!
Burn!
Is that a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. Not try to be more careful. I couldn't make it in time.
Don't mind if I do.
Eagle Rage!
The enemy wields art too.
You'll soon see about that.
Here, let me... They'll pay for that! Talon Hurricane!
Breath of Latin. Heal my weary companion.
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone! So that... That didn't go as planned.
We must consider well if this is the right path.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely. But only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?
The sword wheel... thing Sugo?
And not just one, but four!
That thing's 2 extra hands is enough to beat me. It's sorely mistaken!
Let's just focus on what's important.
Watch this! That's enough! Take this! Eat this!
Water! Here I come!
Rising Wyvern!
Amazing.
Sunlight Spear!
I can carve through armor!
Lightning condemned!
Dragon War!
Thunderblade! Illuminate the dark! Healing combo! Telling glowing hands! Art expert coming through!
I'll finish you here and now!
Sword Alpha!
Burn! charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop.
Ready and clear! I can carve through armor! Ready Flame inside you! To be let free!
Into the shadows!
Burn! Inferno Punch! Rising Lava! Inferno Punch! Soaring
Wait a minute,
Lightning!
looks like you got this one.
In a bind? I'm on it!
In here.
This is looking good! I have no limits!
They're not playing
Demon
around.
Fang! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Dance in the wind.
Anything in armor is all right! Okay, here I go!
Far enough.
Wicked Dahnan! Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Glacier
You're
Spear.
mine!
Lightning
Almost!
Condemned.
You're wide open! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Inferno Punch!
Lightning Arm.
Just getting started!
Dance in the wind.
Burn!
Air Blast.
Burn! Shattering pieces! Inferno Punch! Burn! All good things come to an end.
Leave me. Resurrection. I'll bring you back from this. Hold on to your arms. Here I come.
Demon Fang!
Let the mark
Damn
in
it.
Holy Land.
No
I
paper.
never miss. A chain between heaven. Got it. Never can.
Try this!
Do it.
Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Eat
this! Watch this!
Thunderfield.
Come on, a roll now! Inferno Punch!
Sleep now. Ready to go. Get on in there with the others.
You're mine!
The water's magic is there. By the power of flames.
Now you see what I can do!
Tidal wave. Radiant power. They're not playing around.
Demon Fang!
Dance in the wind.
Demon Fang!
Outstanding force.
Destruction!
Between heaven and earth.
Off my
A wailing banshee of
Inferno
lightning.
Punch! Watch this!
I'm going to
Inferno
destroy
Punch! I'm just getting this one's all mine!
Howard Hurricane.
This one's mine!
Arch requires
Off my focus! Take this! The armor won't save you! Sword Rain Alpha! Burn!
Here.
Come on! Not my finest. You'll pay for that! Hurricane! Never mind! Inferno! I'll finish you here and now!
Illuminate the dark.
Thanks, Chia.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
Chain between
I'll do
heaven and
better.
earth. A wailing banshee of lightning.
Take this!
This one's mine.
Can't get out of this! Devastation! You're on! I'm just getting started! Inferno Punch!
I'm almost impressed.
Now you see what I can
praise
do!
coming from you.
Just getting
I said almost. Don't get carried away.
Burn and strike.
Inferno Punch!
Here's evil.
You're wide open! This one's all mine! Inferno You picked the wrong fight!
I'll bring you back from
Inferno
death.
Punch! Burn! Mega Sonic Thrust! Sonic Thrust! Sword Rain Alpha! Almost!
Burning strike. Too much to handle.
I'll smash you!
The enemy is going all out.
Double now! Off my punches!
Thunderfield. Watch it. Purge malevolence. The power of
Not my fight! Stay away from my friend!
More for the stockpile. First
Time
aid.
to let it rip!
Don't mind if I do.
Double Demon Fang! Destruction! I've let you all down. Double Demon Fang! That'll bring you down! Burn in hell! Ready and fire!
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life! You got rid of... Swords! Looks like I won after all!
Except it doesn't look like... nothing's finished yet.
I felt
Not by a
fine
long
not too
shot.
long ago.
Steering flame, reload!
This one's mine! I can carve through armor! In a bind? Watch, that freaking does it!
Glacial spear.
Hurricane!
Freeze Lancer!
Inferno punch! Leave the town to me! Far enough!
Watch him!
This one's let's keep up the pressure! Hurricane! Inferno punch! I'm winding you up, Pop! Talon Hurricane! New performance! Here! That freaking does it! Shield and flame! Dragon Shell! Burning Eagle!
Glacial spear. Here's the evil. Not on my watch.
Down on the ground! I can carve through armor! I'll finish you here! All good things come.
Flame of fury. Burning burn. Glacial spear. Here's the evil.
Rotating
Freeze
fire
Lancer.
Hurricane strike!
Eat dirt.
Elusive deity! Almost! Faster! Strike! Talon Hurricane! Almost! Dance on the wing! That's much better. Shield and flame! What's this?
Glacial spear.
Take this!
Where are you going?
Captivity! Penumbra! Talon Hurricane! Armor won't save you! Do it!
Steering flame.
Not today! How about soaring blind?
Make it break! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
Lunar corruption.
Talon Hurricane! Thank you!
Power of water.
Inferno punch! Roll now!
Eat my head spinning just watching you!
Hold on to your art.
Shield
Here I
and
am.
I'll grind you into dust! Inferno on the wing!
A thrilling performance. Watch yourself.
The
Incredible power.
Well then, let's get back into the case.
Heal my wearied companion. Grant me the strength to march on.
I'm all stuffed
I'll
up.
smash you!
Magna Ray.
Lion
This one's mine!
That freaking does it!
What's in the sky is mine.
Shield from calamity.
The picture
In a bind?
Let's put you out of your misery!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
And no steady feeling. Now I'm in the groove.
Dawn shall break this night.
Now I'm in the groove.
Lunar
It was nice while it lasted.
Searing flame. Reload.
Ready to go! Denied!
Talon Hurricane! Armor won't save you! Talon Hurricane! I'll finish you here and now! Eagle Assault! Elusive Eagle Bind! Rotating Pile Driver! Eagle Assault! That freaking does it! These fists have got your name on them! I'm ready!
Kisara! I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life!
I feel sprightlier than before.
bad feeling about this.
You picked the wrong fight!
I never miss!
I'll finish you here and now! Watch it!
You require a hand.
Now you see what I can... I'll finish you here and now!
The blackened parts their weak points.
Rising
Waterfall! Here,
I'm just getting... Not my finest. I hope this thing is clear for targeting to me! Denied! No further! I've let you all get...
You'll pay for that! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for! Get behind me!
Got it! I'll leave it to you! Lightning thrust!
There you go!
Be still! Rising up!
Take this! Armor won't save you!
Demon! Thank you!
All good, not my finest!
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
I'm just to be let free!
All good things come to
Damn
an
it!
By the power of flame!
Double demon bang!
Dragon shout! Not my finest!
Stay away from my friends!
I'm on a roll now!
Dirt! Where are you going?
Almost! Prepare to be sealed!
Hear me! Flame of fury!
Oh! Now I'm real mad! In a bind, Blaze Talent Hurricane! Shattering pieces! Attack time! Inferno Punch! Burn!
It's over!
Inferno Crossing! Burn! Inferno Punch! Burn! Lionheart! Look sharp! Inferno Punch!
I'm going to need you to use all the
There are
power
interrupted! Flaming Meteor! Inferno Crossing! Down! You're all eat this! Talent Hurricane! No dawn shall break this night! Switch Talent Hurricane! Inferno Punch! Burn! Look sharp! Inferno Punch! Burn! Breath of life! Heal my arm! Yours to be let free! Burn! Inferno Punch! It's go time! Eat this! Now you see what I can do!
Do it! Alchemy!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! You're wide open! I'll blind you with a shot! Captivity! Burn! Inferno Punch! Burn! Inferno Punch! Burn! Inferno Punch!
This one's mine!
The fluidity of your movement.
It was nice while it lasted. Take this! Inferno Punch! Now it's in the groove! I'll finish you here. Take this! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Water, hear my call!
It's go time! Penumbra! Heal my wearied companion! Inferno Talent Hurricane! Igneous! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Burn! I'm just getting started! Burn! I'll blind you with shot! Elusive deity! Flaming meteor! Eagle ray! It looks like we made him mad!
Lunar corruption!
Shouldn't have messed with me!
By the
Talent Hurricane! It was nice while it lasted. Watch this! Igneous discharge! Ready and rare! Inferno Pulse! I don't have to now you see what I can do!
The flame is
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be an argument.
No, steady, silly! Resonate with the earth!
Another incantation ruined.
I don't even know the word defeat.
I'm on it! Ignite!
Lunar
Elusive deity!
Inferno
Burn! Inferno Punch!
Annihilation!
In a bind?
Lightning! Critical!
Talent Hurricane!
Tiger Blade! Evil!
Inferno Punch! It was nice while it lasted. Resonate with the earth! Take this! Inferno Punch! Awaken and look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! You're wide open! Talent Hurricane! Heal!
damn it!
Breath of life.
Going in!
Feel my lyric compassion.
Annihilation!
Sorry,
Now I'm in the
I didn't want to put you out.
It's what our friends for if we can't depend on
This
one
one's
another.
mine!
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Just getting started. The flame
You
inside
made me
yearns to
angry.
be let free.
That's a bad
I'll
idea.
smash you. Begin. Inferno punch.
Hurricane strike!
Inferno
Beast
punch.
assault!
Catapult. That freaking does it. I'm on down on the ground.
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Molotov! Going in!
Burn in hell.
Keep on the pressure!
Watch this. Take this. Inferno. I'm just getting started.
Mega ray!
I'll face you. The tempest is go through. Now you see what I can do.
Going denied!
I'm ready. Outfit. In an instant. Impact blow. So that didn't go as planned.
We must consider well if this is the right path.
Clear the way through. I've got your back. One more of us and I'll burn out. Eagle assault! You're on! All finishing here and now! Yours to be let
Everyone beat. My specialty.
No
This
dawn
one's
can
mine.
break this.
Let it
I've got flyers.
Now I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
All yours.
Here goes!
Take this.
Where are you going?
Come on, I can
Let the
ensure you
marksman
survive
handle
this.
it.
Look sharp. Inferno punch. I'm ready.
Chikara, I'll stop your movement!
And I'll stop your life. And done.
Let's keep up the pace!
I can carve through armor. Sonic thrust.
I never miss.
That freaking does it. Scream. Bathed in blood. Eat dirt. I'll finish you here and now.
Spirits within the soil.
Awaken and wreak havoc. Watch this. Eagle assault. That freaking does it.
Spirits within...
Can't get out of this.
Don't mind if I do.
I'm not the slightest. Come on. Dance in the wind. Talon hurricane. Burn. Ready now. In the groove. Air pressure. Resonate with the earth. Stalagmite. Now I'm in the groove. Inferno punch. Totally. In an instant. Impact blow.
We work well together.
Like a finely timed
If it's
walk.
in the sky, it's mine. Where are you going?
Not like this.
And I'll stand
Now I'm in the groove. To be let free. Down on the ground.
Is this it?
What's this?
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Burn. Inferno punch. Eagle assault. Talon Hurricane! Inferno Punch! Burn! Inferno Punch!
Eagle ready!
Awaken and wreak havoc! Inferno Punch! Swallow Blade! Talon Hurricane! Dark Punch! Coming through! Ha! Melt! Scarlet Inferno! Anything in armor is not my finest. You'll pay for that! Talon Hurricane! Burn! I'm on a roll now! Resonate with the earth!
That'll bring you down!
No dawn shall break this looking good! I can carve through armor! Eagle Ray! Now I'm in the groove! What? Burn! Inferno Punch! Double Demon Fang! Demon Fang! Bastard! I've been hit with something! Not my finest!
Leaving a massacre. That's his limit.
Not feeling so great. Eagle Ray! Burn! I'm on a roll now! Burn! On your now I'm in the groove!
Holy Land!
Inferno resonate with the earth! Plasma! Talon Hurricane! I've let you all down. I couldn't make it in time. Talon Hurricane! Talon Hurricane! Everlasting Inferno Punch! I'm just getting started! We'll find no mercy! Not my finest! That's much better. I'm ready! Get on!
Get toasty!
Burn strike! Watch this! Inferno Punch! Watch this! Burn! Inferno Punch! Burn! Inferno Punch! Almost! Eat this! Talon Hurricane!
Mine!
Hear me! Should have messed with me! Super Swallow Dance! Ready and ready!
Here goes!
Inferno Punch! Watch this! Awaken and Inferno Punch! Now I'm in the groove!
Do or die!
Inferno Punch! Inferno Punch! On your way! Inferno Punch! Burn! Inferno Punch! Burn! First strike! Take this! Inferno Punch! Burn! Down on the ground! Sonic Spear!
Do
it!
Hurricane!
Get on!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
With this, I can become even stronger.
The design of it... This equipment is really interesting.
You must really like it, Alf. I think Hoodle's
This is perfect!
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
No matter what, nothing gets past that shield, bot.
Really bad feeling about this.
If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Okay, guys, think it's time to run.
blade!
Here!
Destruction!
Okay, guys, think it's time to run.
So, this one's tough! Demon Fang!
The earth throbs in pain.
Swallow blade!
Some fights are better left unfought.
Looks like trouble with a capital T.
Together, we've got this!
Don't mind if I do.
Win!
This one's now in the group.
Rising Phoenix!
It's a duel of the arts.
Roll now.
Now!
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade. See that?
That training's paying off! Burn in hell!
Armor won't save you.
Denied!
They got me flanked.
You're
Take
mine!
this.
This one's mine.
Keep up the pressure!
Watch this.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade.
Faster!
Take this.
Rising Falcon!
Gale Force!
Talon Hurricane!
Here it goes!
Burn!
Seal!
Inferno Punch! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Molotov!
Rise and red! Not on my watch! Here!
Tornado Alpha!
Shining Supernova!
Double Demon Fang!
Let's go! Purge the lever! Waterfall! In here!
Eagle Assault! Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Far enough. I'll smash you. I'm on a roll now.
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Done! Now we're never leave it to you!
Can't get out of this.
A whirling
Double
strike!
Demon
That
Fang!
freaking
Burn in
does
hell!
it. You shouldn't have messed with me.
Now!
Goodwill.
Demons descend!
Flashing bang. Easy.
Way to go!
Demon Fang!
Raging Storm!
Inferno. I'm on a roll
Double
now.
Demon Fang!
Dragon Down.
Razor
Double
Cyclone!
Demon Fang!
Eagle Strike. Take this.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Lightning Condemned!
I'm just
Demon Fang!
Illuminate
I'll
the
finish you here and now.
Not on my watch!
Be still!
Inferno.
Burn!
Dragon Shout. Inferno.
Here it comes!
Going in.
Light Astromon! Mine! Dance in the wind!
Showering up. My head's spinning. Just watch the
Dance in the wind!
Demon Fang!
It looks like we made a mess.
Demon Fang! Double Demon Fang!
Far enough.
Lightning Orb!
Demon Fang!
Light Astro...
Demons descend. Flashing bang.
I feel sprightlier than before.
This one will be difficult to predict.
Be still!
I'm surrounded.
Can't get out of this! Exploit the enemy's weakness! Now I'm in the groove! I'm ready! Demons descend! Flashing bang! I'm on a roll now! Now you see what I can do! This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Rending you up! Demon power! I'm on a roll now! Swallow blade! Eagle assault! Demon fang! I'll finish you here and now!
Let the marksman handle this.
Inferno
Mine.
all good things ignite! Leave the charges to me!
Eagle coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
Take it.
Ready?
Started.
Now you see what I can do! Almost! You're wide open! Now
The enemy wields arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
I'm on a roll now!
It's wide open!
It won't escape me! It was nice No! I won't give in! You see what happened there as you crossed me?
No.
Shouldn't have done that!
Thanks!
Now I'm in the groove!
Rising
Can't get out of this!
Lightning thrust! Rising rocket!
Now I'm in the groove!
Don't
get carried away! Demon Rain! Soaring
Swallow
blast!
blade!
You're wide open! Everlasting shot! Dragon shout! Shattering the pieces! Attack time!
Burn in hell!
Eagle ray! Eagle assault! Watch out on the ground! Dragon shout! Soaring blast!
The fluidity of your movement is simply incredible.
Eternal devastation! Double demon
That
fang!
freaking does it!
Chocolate blast!
Where are you going?
Anything in armor is all mine!
Destruction!
Do it. Okay.
Look sharp!
Lightning tiger blade! See that?
That training's paying off!
Excellent technique. How are your weapons holding up? Best not to give me any ideas.
Now you see what I can. I'll finish you here and now. Inferno punch. Eagle assault.
Outstanding form.
Can't get out of this. Dragon shout. Eagle assault.
It's weakened.
This ends now!
Down on the ground. You see what happened there as you crossed. Eagle shouldn't have done that. I'll finish you here and now. Down on the ground.
You picked the wrong fight!
Inferno punch.
I can handle it.
Inferno punch. Denied. Burn.
Dragon
Inferno
Force!
punch. That freaking does it. On your way. Thank you. Now I'm in the groove. Armor
being
won't
interrupted.
save you.
I never miss.
Walk away. All good things come to an end.
Can do it. Rise and shine.
Too slow. Dragon shout. I'll finish you here and now. Hey, blow them away.
Lady Fortune must truly be watching over me.
This might be some decent equipment.
Anything that makes battles easier is okay by me. What's with that shining foe over there?
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Eat dirt!
Inferno punch.
Glacial spear.
Can't get out of this. Anything in armor is all mine.
Demon fang!
Inferno punch.
Go for the weak point.
Dragon shout. Eagle assault. On a roll now. Eagle assault. Watch this.
Double demon fang!
Eagle assault.
Ignite!
it! Watch it! Hey, when did I get so popular? Anything armor is all mine!
We're cleaning house.
Let me take the rest of them!
Well, someone's feeling lively.
I could do without this pain.
I'm ready. I'll be saving this one.
Where are you going?
You picked the wrong fight. Time to let it rip.
To me.
No place here! Watch this! Take this!
A twin between heaven and earth.
Take this!
I can't kill you forever.
That does it! Water, hear my call!
I'll burn it all! Flaming pillar! Fire! Swallow blade!
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
I can feel my power growing! Hey! New equipment!
That was quite the little adventure we went. And talk.
I'm impressed how well... balanced this thing is.
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
Nah, I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something.
dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that. It's just, this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No, this isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Dahnan or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
Our future, one free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear, and for a new era. Let's go! Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renas Alma, for that matter.
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
Renas Alma!
Is that like Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming! is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
What do we do now? The Renas Alma's inside that thing. And I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
Agreed. And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Great Spirit, I understand you want to live. You've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first, you'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
We're not energy for you to consume, and we're not puppets for you to control!
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to close the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we are going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now.
Now or never.
In a bind?
Try this!
I'm just getting stuck the ring! First try! I'll run you through! Eat this!
That'll bring you down.
Now I'm in the groove!
It looks like you've got this one covered.
Inferno punch!
They're not playing around.
Watch it! What a relief!
All right.
I'm on a roll now! Inferno punch! Burn! Now I'm in the groove! Inferno punch! I'm ready! Burn! Denied! It's go time! Burn! I'll smash you! Inferno punch! Burn! Inferno punch! Sword right out! Inferno punch! Ready to trust!
Do it!
Get on!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
I'm out of it. I'm all sorry. Annihilation.
Watch this!
A whirling
I'm like
circle.
bait
I
to
never
them.
miss.
The enemy, what in the world is this round thing?
That attack. Is this a Lord's handiwork?
I'm past being surprised.
I say we destroy it, and quick!
Pull myself together.
I'm on a roll now! Inside to be let free! Order won't save you! Leave the target to me!
I don't feel like my usual self.
No
Are you alright?
Let me handle this one.
So sorry to disappoint you.
Illuminate the first thing.
Double demon
That
bang!
frickin' does it! Crush it
I'll
down!
get you up.
Eternal
It's
damnation!
Double demon bang. Freeze now.
Don't leave! Hey! Blow them away!
A whirling sword with my arc.
Off my
Winds of heaven. First force.
Talon Hurricane!
I'm going to use all. They're not
Here we
playing
go
around.
again.
Burn in hell!
Talon Hurricane.
That frickin' does it! Talon Hurricane!
Do it.
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! See that?
That training paying off!
I'm nearly done for. Here we go again!
start! Now you see what I can do!
This one's mine!
All good things come to an end! I'm not my fighter! Stay away from my friend!
Nothing gets by me!
Can't get out of this! Raining flash!
Do it, Hampton!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade! You're all finishing here and now! All good things come to an end! Watch it!
Annihilation! By the power of flame!
Bedankt! Dragon Shell! Eagle Assault! Watch this! Infernal Punch! Eat this! That's enough! Infernal Punch! Eternal Devastation! Talon Hurricane! Eagle Assault! Ignite! Talon Hurricane! What a relief! Now I'm in the clear! Rising Falcon! Infernal Punch! Slash! Talon Hurricane!
I guess you have your uses now and again.
Told ya! Lies are unstoppable!
Shame you're not like that all the time.
Infernal Punch! Eagle Assault! I'm just getting started! That's enough! Raining Flash! That's all mine! So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint.
Nope, that ain't silly. I'll finish you here. I can carve through armor. Ignite!
This one's mine. Not in your dreams.
Inferno takes this. Inferno punch.
Radiant Storm! Damn it. Out of ammo. First aid.
Stable arrow.
Radiant Storm! Mega Ray!
Now in the groove. Here I come. That frickin' gun. I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough
Carve
on
through armor. Yes, ma'am. Devastation.
I can handle it.
Inferno punch. I'll finish you here. That frickin' does it. Devastation. You're on. These fists have got your name on them. Here we go again. Rising Wyvern. Inferno punch. Keep moving. I'll finish you here and now.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. Just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust.
The Great Spirits!
Damn, must have been conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renas Alma!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it, but we've got no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
All right, let's go.
I'm surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on. We've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
Guess they're here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
I didn't expect such base tactics from a supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have.
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute.
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground.
Not on my watch! It's far enough! Illuminate the dark! Holy quiver! I never miss! Thanks, Isara!
Anything in armor is all mine! Armor won't save you! Not today! Inferno punch!
Annihilation!
Here I go!
If it's in the sky, here goes!
Eat this!
Raging cascade!
Talon hurricane! Take this! There!
Inferno
I'm on a roll now! Watch this! Armor won't save you! Eternal devastation! Burn! Inferno punch! To be less free! Inferno punch! Pierce through! Rising wyvern! Burn! Here we go! I'm on it!
Dance in the wind!
I'll run you through!
Here goes!
Now I'm in the ring! I'm on it! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
Let me show you what my arms can do!
Oh, nothing
Things
back!
come to an end.
Demon Fang!
Here's a healing
Demon Fang!
Burn!
Ready and weary! Armor won't save! Now I'm in the groove! Inferno Punch! Now I'm in the groove! Inferno Punch! Inferno Punch! Coming through! Ha! Smell! Scarlet Inferno! You're mine! Talon Hurricane!
No further.
This one's mine!
Crush!
Raging cascade!
Double Demon Fang!
Eagle Glacial Spear! Here's the
Dragon Tail!
Will this help?
Ready and Demon Fang!
Lightning
I'm
Orb!
on it!
Healing illuminate the
Eternal
dark!
Devastation! Won't save you! Flame inside me!
Thank you.
You're to be let free!
A chain between
Now
heaven and
I'm in the
earth!
groove!
A wailing Destiny awakening!
Rising Wyvern!
I'm just getting started!
Rising
Here's the
Dragon!
healing
Inferno Punch!
First aid!
Burn! Inferno Punch! Burn!
Raging cascade!
Inferno Punch!
I'm out of ammo!
Eagle Assault! Demon Fang! Demon Fang! I'll smash you!
Feel it!
Talon Hurricane! Ready to go! Inferno Sword! Enough! Burn! Prepare to be seen! Ignite!
All good. You can see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done
Not
that.
on my watch! Here's a healing arm!
Demon Fang! Demon Fang!
Come forth and heal us!
I'll finish you here and now! Demon Fang!
If it's in this, do it!
Shion!
Get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Brace yourselves! We're going to crash!
We caught up to it.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dahna?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renas Alma.
This madness ends! Right here, right now! And this time, we really mean it!
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can get through this. Together.
Naturally, we are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
Inferno Punch! Burn! Inferno punch!
Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arms.
Let's do this, Law!
Leave it to me!
Everyone, I'm counting on you.
Sleep now. Hear me! Blazing spear! Pierce evil! Here's power! Here's a healing!
I've let you all down.
You'll pay for that! Inferno punch!
Watch this!
Sonic thrust! Inferno punch! Tornado alpha!
Here's Law!
You and me!
From here on out! We did it!
Yeah! Now you see what I can do! Here I come!
Not on my watch! Amazing! All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to stop it! And fast!
A whirling struggle!
Feel the flame inside me! Let's free! Inferno punch! Doom blade! Eat this! Demon blade! Take this!
Flame of fury!
Take this like formal blade!
Everyone okay?
Still alive somehow, if that's what you mean.
Here, let me heal you.
Too slow! Now I'm in the groove!
I'm out of
Inferno punch! Eat this!
Waterfall!
No more dithering.
Our future
Begins here.
Always impressive.
I guess that makes two of us then.
Now all that's left is the middle!
Let's do it.
In a vine?
Heaven and earth.
Now you see what I can do! Take arrow! Inferno punch! Eagle result! Not done!
Winds of heaven!
Turn right! Talon power kick!
This one's mine!
Who wants to try devastation? Don't need you here and now! Double demon fang! Crush! The flame inside is yours to be let free! I can carve through all of it!
Winds of heaven!
Talon power kick! Right, I'm on a roll now! Inferno punch! Demon fang! Now I'm in the groove! That's enough!
Not in your dreams! Hear me!
I'm not ready to go! In a vine? Right! Inferno punch! Now you see what I can do! Now I'm in the groove! Inferno punch! Try harder! That's like it does it! Not with fighting! Stay away from my friend! You picked the wrong fight!
I'm ready!
Inferno punch!
Where are you going?
Inferno punch! Inferno demon fang! First strike! I'll end you! Come on, man!
I really owe you an astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down.
Back into the fray!
Ready to go!
Far enough!
Can't get out of this!
Mega ray!
Armor won't save
Here's
you!
a healing art!
I'm captain! It's you and me!
This is it!
This ends now!
Alphen!
both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Shion.
Yeah.
Just as I told you I would.
Hurry! The Great Spirit is reviving itself!
Absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Hand it over right now. Use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch. So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit. Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me. You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end. Save everyone. And Sion! Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress. Death over both worlds. What do you care for this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other ones, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you had nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to. You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long. There are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! You're mine! I'm not done! To hell! Here I come! You will suffer at my hand! Burn in hell!
should do it! Mirage! I take this! I'm not done! Two hands! Here I come! Lightning thrust! This time! Mirage! You're mine! You picked the wrong fight! Megasonic thrust! Pierce! Sword Rain Alpha! You're mine! I'm not done! Lead! Take this! Try harder! And why this one's all mine! Eat dirt! Sword Rain Alpha! Lead! Try harder! Pierce! Megasonic thrust! Sword Rain Alpha! The fury of lightning! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Lightning thrust! Mirage! Here I come! Strike! You're finished! Here I come! I'm not done! Megasonic thrust! Pierce! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Stop it! You are nothing! There! Sword Rain Alpha! Here I come! You will beg me for mercy! Dazzle! Mirage! Strike! Try harder! You're enough of your foolishness! You picked the wrong fight! Soaring Light Sphere! Mirage! Strike! Try harder! Megasonic thrust! The Sword Rain of lightning! Sword Rain Alpha! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! My hand! This should do it! No escape! Die already! Be still! I shall erase everything! Here I come! I'll destroy you! Megasonic thrust! All shall bow before me! Accept your fate! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! You control others to keep from being controlled, but that's a path of never-ending hatred! Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward! The weakness disgusts me! You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive! I have no use for forgiveness. The strong shall always triumph here.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had someone, anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who would support and guide you can't have been alone your whole life. All I remember is the lashes of whips, each strike spreading a stream of fire across my back. The masters who killed slaves for sport, and the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship, not there or anywhere else. Is there no way to see this differently? Enough! You gamble the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous. It's true. Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her die. You and I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined. No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you.
Power is a total turret! Try this! Rending blast! Rending blast! Try hot! Prove them! All others shall be banished! Try harder! Not a chance! Rending...
The blazing sword is the power Xion has bestowed upon me.
I'll take you down! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Try this! Infernal turret! Rending blast! Try this!
eat this! The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
It's on!
Explosive rings! Try this! Inferno turret! Rending blast! Not today!
It's on!
You picked the wrong fight! This one's all mine! Explosive rings! Try this! Explosive rings! Explosive rings!
Lightning!
Try this! Rending blast! Try this! Burn in hell! The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Try this! Explosive rings! It's over!
You are the last obstacle impeding my progress! Die!
That's my line!
I'll show you the limits of your solitude!
What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know you didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volrun. I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! I'm sorry. The Renas Alma is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Renas Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't. I would never. It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
But that's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
Look! The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will!
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphen, I'm with you.
Collective will of Dana, hear my plea! I want to save Xion! And I want to save Rena too! I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain! So please, grant us your strength!
Let's go!
I want to feel your hand right now. You are the place, my only home. Yeah, just like the flowers that bloom and fall with me over and over again. Well, I'm barely breathing, breathing to the ground, but each and every time we are. Let's go!